I have already told you that. Hello, any problem? So, second, the increase of trade and commerce. The third, the Renaissance in Europe and its impact on Indian economy, particularly on Indian economy. Industrial revolution in England and its impact on Indian economy, and emergence of joint stock companies, and finally the corporate banking. So today I will discuss the economic policies of the English East India Company, or you can say the British government, and its impact on Indian economy. I have already told you, if we discuss about the coming of the Europeans. The Europeans came and they settled, and in the year 1757, with the foundation of the British Empire, with the victory in the Battle of Plassey, they laid the foundation of the British Empire in India. So from 1757, so they ruled over India till 1947, or till the attainment of independence. So today we'll discuss how the Indian economy has been ruined, how the Indian economy has been devastated, how the Indian economy has been affected due to the faulty policies of the English East India Company or the British government, we can say. So, so if we discuss about the economic policies of English East India Company, British government, that can be divided into two parts. Firstly, from 1757 till 1857, and second part from 1857 till 1947, or the till the attainment of India's independence. So, with this background, let me discuss the economic policies of the English East India Company or the British government. So, the British conquest had a pronounced and profound economic impact on India. Yes, let me repeat. The British conquest had a pronounced and profound economic impact on India, and there was hardly any aspect of Indian economy that has not been changed either for a better or for worse during the entire period of British rule down to 1947. So the Britishers came to India, and therefore they were able to exploit the Indian people. They were able to implement the policies of their economic policies. So English East India Company, ଯଦି ଆମେ ଦେଖିବା ତାଙ୍କର ପଲିସିକୁ, ତାଙ୍କର ନୀତିକୁ, ସେମାନେ 1757ରେ ପଲାସି ଯୁଦ୍ଧରେ ଜୟଲାଭ କରିସାରିବା ପରେ ସେମାନେ ସେମାନଙ୍କର ନୀତି ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ପ୍ରଣୟନ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଏବଂ ତା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଆମେ ଯଦି ଦେଖିବା, so what is the role of the English East India Company or the British government from 1600 till 1757? What is the role of the English East India Company or British government from 1600 till 1757? So can you tell me what is the historical importance of 1600 CE? What is the historical importance of 1600 CE?
Sir, British East India Company
was formed. Yes, English East India Company was formed. So from 1600 till 1757, the role of the English East India Company or the British government was that of a trading corporation. 1600 ମସିହାରୁ 1757 ମସିହା ମଧ୍ୟରେ ଇଂରେଜ ଇଷ୍ଟ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ କମ୍ପାନୀର ଭୂମିକା କ'ଣ ଥିଲା ନା ବାଣିଜ୍ୟ ବ୍ୟବସାୟ କରିବେ। Clear? The role of the English East India Company or the British government from 1600 C till 1757 C was that of a trading corporation. So after victory in Battle of Plassey in 1757, their role underwent a qualitative change. So therefore, it is rightly said the British conquest had a pronounced and profound economic impact on India. That is very important. The British conquest had a pronounced and profound economic impact on India, and there was hardly any aspect of Indian economy. That has not been changed either for better or for worse during the entire period of British rule down to 1947. So I can say, in other words, so the policies of the English East India Company or the British government has been influenced the Indian economy till 1947 and after 1947 also. So 1947 पर्यंत इंग्रज ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी रो अर्थनैतिक नीति भारतर अर्थनैतिक इतिहास को प्रभावित करथिला एवं ता परे मध्य प्रभावित करथिला। गोटे छोटिया एग्जांपल देबी, परमानेंट सेटलमेंट। हु इंट्रोड्यूस परमानेंट सेटलमेंट? You know what is permanent settlement? Gayatri? What is permanent settlement? Budheswar?
चिरस्थायी बंदोबस्त की?
Yes, one of the
लॉर्ड कॉर्नवालिस करते चिरस्थायी बंदोबस्त।
हाँ, yeah, that is चिरस्थायी बंदोबस्त. It was Lord Cornwallis who introduced permanent settlement in the year 1793. We will discuss in a detail. So tomorrow we'll discuss in a details when we will take up the land revenue cases. So permanent settlement was introduced in the year 1793 by Lord Cornwallis. But if we discuss about the permanent settlement, we'll find that the impact of the permanent settlement till 1954. So 1954 मसीहा पर्यंत परमानेंट सेटलमेंट थिला भारत रे। 1947 मसीहा रे इंग्रज ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी बा ब्रिटिश सरकार भारत छाड़ी जाइछथि बा भारत स्वाधीन पाइछि। So 1900 that I will discuss tomorrow. So far the land revenue settlement is concerned. So English East India Company or the British government, so they introduced their economic policies, or I can say the faulty economic policies. So therefore Indian economy, Bharatiya Arthaniti, Indian economy has been ruined, Indian economy has been devastated, Indian economy has been affected. So जेतेबेले आमे पढिबा, so भारतर अर्थनैतिक इतिहास हम विषय ऐसे MHI-107 विषय को। So भारतर अर्थनैतिक इतिहास 1700 मसीहा रु 2000 मसीहा पर्यंत। So 1700 मसीहा रे तुम मानु कहिसेलनी कोन हेची हिस्टोरिकल इंपोर्टेंस कोन। So 1707 को आमे टेक अप करिवा, से डिके एंड द डाउनफॉल ऑफ द मुगल एम्पायर। एवं 1969 रही लिबरलाइजेशन एंड ग्लोबलाइजेशन जेटा को आमे कहू उदारीकरण एवं जगतीकरण। से सेरा 1969 मसीहा रही जेता प्रधानमंत्री अछन सते बेले भारत रे पीवी नरसिंह राव एवं तांकर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर बा अर्थमंत्री अछंती डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह। सो एई समय पर्यंत भारत अर्थनैतिक इतिहास को जदि आमे पर्यालोचना करिबा, सो हम देखिबा जे सेमाने दुईटी फेज रे गोटे हला 1757 टिल 1857 एरा फर्स्ट फेज। सेटा आमे कहू कंपनी रूल, कंपनी शासन, कंपनी रूल बा कंपनी शासन। भारत रे कंपनी शासन रो अवसान केतेले घटिबो केतेले?
भारत से जो 1858 में आड 57 विद्रोह गला पर
yes वाइसरॉय से आसुनी गवर्नर जनरल जाउतनी वाइसरॉय आसुनी। सो सदा कंपनी शासन रो अवसान घटिबो काहे कि ना डायरेक्टली रूल करिबो इंग्रज ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ब्रिटिश सरकार इन द नेम ऑफ ब्रिटिश क्राउन। सो सेपट को मर जीवार नै। सो जेतले आमे एठी पढिबा अर्थनैतिक इतिहास पढिबा, आमे चारटा के पांचटा आगे बही जानिबा से जो थरे कि ये सब जिंस मेंशन है कि भारत रो अर्थनैतिक इतिहास मेंशन है। एक नंबर बही हैव यू हर्ड द नेम ऑफ आरसी दत्त, रमेश चंद्र दत्त, रोमेश ROMESH रोमेश चंद्र दत्त? नहीं, लिखि दियो आगे बही चारटा ना लिखि दियो। द इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया लिखो। हेलो,
Yes, sir.
yes. Write down the name of the books. So far this paper is concerned, MHI-107 is concerned. So far the economic history of India from 1700 C till 2000 C is concerned. Economic history of India by Ramesh Chandra Dutt, by you can write RC Dutt, volume 1 and volume 2. मो पाखरे अछि मु देखै देबे, तुम जदि कहबो कोन दिन काली परदिन कोन दिन उडे कहले तुम देखै देबे। द इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया RC Dutt, ROMESS, Ramesh Chandra CHNDR, Chandra Dutt DUTT Dutt, or you can say RC Dutt, 1 and 2, volume 1 and volume 2. The second book, The Essays on Indian Economy, The Essays on Indian Economy by M.G. Ranade. M.G. Ranade. Can you tell me the full form of M.G.? M.G. Ranade. Gayatri?
Yes, sir.
M.G. M.G. Ranade. कौन? ताका पुराना
I
कौन?
don't know.
Yeah, Mahadev Govind Ranade. Mahadev Govind Ranade. So, Essays on Indian Economy by M.G. Ranade or Mahadev Govind Ranade. The third one is a very important book, and the book is Indian Poverty and Un-British Role in India. Indian Poverty, P-O-V-E-R-T-Y, poverty, and un-British rule, un-British rule in India. Un-British rule in India. By Dada Bhai Nauroji. By Dada Bhai Nauroji. Dada Bhai Nauroji, N-O-R-O-J-I, Nauroji. The last book, India Today, by R.P. Dutt. R.P. Dutt. R.P. P for power. P for Puri. R.P. Dutt. Rajni Palm Dutt. So these are the four important books. So far this paper is concerned. So, so the first, Economic History of India by R.C. Dutt, volume 1 and volume 2, in 2 volumes. এবং এই বইটাକୁ যদি ଆମେ ଦେଖିବ ସେ ବইଟା କ'ଣ ଦ ଇକୋନୋମିକ ହିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଅଫ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଭାରତର ଅର୍ଥନୈତିକ ଇତିହାସ ଭଲ୍ୟୁମ 1 and volume 2. Second book, The Essays on Indian Economy. The Essays on Indian Economy. ଭାରତୀୟ ଭାରତର ଅର୍ଥନୈତିକ ପ୍ରବନ୍ଧ ଭାରତର ଅର୍ଥନୈତିକ ପ୍ରବନ୍ଧ ଯଦି ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ମୁଁ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ କରିବି ଭାରତର ଅର୍ଥନୈତିକ ପ୍ରବନ୍ଧ by M.G. Ranade, Mahadev Govind Ranade was also a freedom fighter. Then Indian Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Indian poverty and Un-British Rule in India by Dada Bhai Nauroji. So Dada Bhai Nauroji again a freedom fighter. So se कहउचंती Indian poverty is due to the British rule in India. I mean we'll discuss. Se कहउचंती Indian poverty is due to the British rule in India. तांकर कहया कथा भारत काहे की दरिद्र हला सेटा सुनार देश थिला भारत काहे की दरिद्र हला because of the rule of the British government. Because of the faulty policies of the English East India Company, particularly in economic sphere. And the last book, India Today, by R.P. Dutt. So, Bartaman Bharata by R.P. Dutt. एतिकी बही जदि आमे देखि दबा सो एतिकी बही ए पेपर पई जथेष्ट. So, in this background, I will discuss the economic policies of the English East India Company. First, we will discuss the economic policies. Then we will discuss. Hello. Then we will discuss.
सर ये जो बही उड़ा सा ना कहले सर इटा कोन 17th century 2000 भितरे पीरियड रो
ए जो बही उड़ा बेसी मीन अचिता भितरे अर्थनैतिक इतिहास टा जे सो आरपी आरसी दत्तर से तो मॉडर्न पीरियड रे पूरा कवर करछि एटा सब मैक्सिमम मॉडर्न पीरियड सेत पे कहि ओके सेत पे पहिना उड़ा कहि जेतु एडा मॉडर्न पीरियड रो सेति मैं बहि गतले एवं all the books are with me मो पाखरे अछि तमे जदि मते काली के परदिन कोन दिन कहबो मु तुमको देखै देबी जेमति आर्थर देखै देतिले उपेंद्र सिंह रा भाई आ को भाई देखै देली सिम देखै देबी so I the copies so मो पाखरे सबुडा बहि अछि so मु देखै दे पाइबी तमे कहीं एते भितर को जिया दरकार नै खेले बहिटा ना उडा जानिया कथा तमे जदि किया पोडा पचारिबो एई टाइम भितरे उडा भला बहिर ना गोटे दिटा आपण कोहतु संग संग ए बहिडा ना कोडा कहबा बुझ पालो हेलो
ओके सर
हां इंटरव्यू बोर्ड जदि पचारिबे पीरियड उडा भला बहि कोहंती ए बहिडा हमें कहि परिया कथा सो एस एन इंडियन इकोनॉमी कहि परिबा इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया आसिदत कहि परिबा इंडियन पॉवर्टी एंड अनब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया उडे सबले पढे yes that was written by who are the author of the book Indian poverty and unbritish rule it is UPSC ro question so who is the author of the book Indian poverty and unbritish rule in India दादा भाई नारोजी रो book एवं आ गुटे क्वेश्चन पड़े सो ए जो एसएस एन इंडियन इकोनॉमी आसिदत कथा पड़े आ गुटे बही पड़े चारटा बही यूपीएससी रो पड़े जे ताकर ऑथर के सेतबे तुम कहली यस क्लियर गायत्री
Yes, sir.
Clear. So in this background, let us discuss the economic policies of the English East India Company. I have already told you that can be divided into two parts. That is from 1757 till 1857, and the second part is from 1857 till 1947. So the first is commercial policy. So the economic policy of the English East India Company or the British government can be divided into four parts. Please write down. The economic policies of the English East India Company or British government can be divided into four parts. The first one, commercial policy. The second one, drain of wealth. The third one, introduction of modern means of transport. And fourth, land revenue policy. Number one, commercial policy. Number two, drain of wealth. Number three, the introduction of the modern means of transport. Number four, land revenue policy. So भारतर अर्थनैतिक नीति को बा इंग्रेज सरकार कर अर्थनैतिक भारतर अर्थनैतिक नीति जदि कहबी 1757 1857 कहबी नहले कहबी इंग्रेज सरकार कर अर्थनैतिक नीति को साधारणतः चारि भाग रे विभक्ति करा जायछि. नंबर 1 कमर्शियल पॉलिसी ओडिया कोन के कहबो कमर्शियल पॉलिसी कोन कहबा ओडिया रे तको
वाणिज्यिक नीति
वाणिज्यिक नीति कहबो बा वाणिज्य नीति कहबो वाणिज्यिक नीति. सेकंड ड्रेन ऑफ वेल्थ को गायत्री
सर वित्तर बहि प्रभाव प्रथा
के कहबा मौसुमी बुधेश्वर यू आर एक्सपर्ट इन ओडिया को कौन कहबा गुटे से वर्ड में जानिया कथा ना गायत्री
कोन कहले सुबलेनी.
हाँ ड्रेन ऑफ वेल्थ कमर्शियल पॉलिसी हला वाणिज्य नीति बा वाणिज्यिक नीति. सेकंड ड्रेन ऑफ वेल्थ तार ओडिया में कौन कहबा वित्तीय प्रवाह वित्त वेल्थ हला वित्त मंत्रालय अर्थ मंत्रालय. सो वित्तीय प्रभाव कौन को मुझे पढ़ेबी तुम कहबी फ्रॉम इंडिया टू इंग्लैंड. कल तुम कहतली कौन कहतली कल तुम गोटे एग्जांपल देला बेले कहतली जॉन सल्वियन द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द बोर्ड ऑफ रेवेन्यू मद्रास in the year 1832 rightly remarked our system acts very much like a sponge drawing up all the good things from the bank of the Ganges and squeezing them down on the bank of the Thames. So that is drain of wealth from India to England. Drain hala nordama. सो गोटे नर्दमार पानीटा गोटे साइड रो जीवा आरपट साइड सो एक्जाक्टली इंडिया रो गला इंग्लैंड रो इंडिया को आसिला नहीं सो देयरफॉर इंडियन इकोनॉमी हैज बीन ruined therefore Indian economy has been devastated therefore Indian economy has been affected so the third the introduction of the modern means of transport आधुनिक गमनागमनर प्रचलन so आधुनिक गमनागमनर प्रचलन and finally the land revenue policy बा भू राजस्व नीति land revenue policy बा भू राजस्व नीति if we discuss about the economic policies of the English East India Company or you can write the economic exploitation आपण माने लिखि परिबे इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी अर्थनैतिक नीति बा अर्थनैतिक शोषण भी लिखले कुछ असुविधा ना बनी दैट इज वेरी एप्रोप्रिएट सो फॉर द इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी और द ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया इज कंसर्न सो आमे जदि लिखिबा अर्थनैतिक शोषण किछि भी भूल होबा नाही दैट इज इकोनॉमिक एक्सप्लॉइटेशन इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज को सो तमे जे तार गोटे स्टेप ऊपर जाय कि तमे लिखिबो अर्थनैतिक शोषण किछि असुविधा होबनी काहे कि सामाने शोषण करथिले सो So let's start from the commercial policy. What commercial policy we लिखि दबा commercial policy रे कोन लिखिबा so from 1600 till 1757 from 1600 to 1757 the role of the English East India Company was that of a trading corporation काहे कि हम 1757 कथा लिखिबा 1757 पूर्वरु इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी जेतु गठन हो जाई कि एवं समान भारत रासी पहुंच जाई छथि तेनु गोटे के दिटा सेंटेंस हम लिखिबा ताकर भूमिका कोन थिला भूमिका माने रोल मु वर्तमान तुमको ऑफलाइन क्लास जदी ऑनलाइन क्लास रे अछि जदी ऑफलाइन क्लास रे थांती मु तुमको कहि थांती एवं मो पिला माने को मधे कहे रोल हला भूमिका मते कहबा तो छोटा रो रोल करिया पई मु सेमती छोटा रोल छोटे तम पाकु जीवी सो छोटा रोल कहि मते कहे उडा अंधर रोल करिया पई अंधर भूमिका बा रोल करि करि जी सो एक्जेक्टली सो इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी बा ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट रो रोल कोन थिला भूमिका कोन थिला केते मसिया कोन समय ना फ्रॉम 1600 टिल 1757 1600 मसिया रो 1757 मसिया पर्यंत 1600 मसिया रे कोन व्हाट इज द हिस्टोरिकल इंपोर्टेंस ऑफ 1600 सी सो द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ द इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी the formation of the English East India Company. So English East India Company गठन ठारू आरंभ करी 1757 मसिया पलासी युद्ध पर्यंत इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी भूमिका कौन थिला ना वाणिज्य व्यवसाय करिवे दैट ऑफ ट्रेडिंग कॉर्पोरेशन से कौन करथुला so which brought goods or precious metals into India and exchange them for Indian goods like textile and spice दीटा जिनस समान इंडिया नउतले उडा टेक्सटाइल रे पर्टिकुलरली समान नउतले कॉटन आ उडा नउतले स्पाइसेस माने यात्री
मसाला द्रव्य
आईएस बहुत बढ़िया सो इंडिया रे गोटे जिनस मन रखिबो मसाला पाई फेमस इंडिया से माने दीटा जिनस नउतले इंडिया रो कोन नउतले गोटे हला कॉटन बा तुळा एवं सेकंड हला मसला ए दीटा जिनस नउतले एवं ए जो दीटा जिनस नउतले तार प्रॉफिट गुडा समान पाउतले एंड द प्रॉफिट्स केम प्राइमरली फ्रॉम द सेल ऑफ द इंडियन गुड्स अब्रॉड सो ए जो से माने नउतले जिनस गुडा को सम सेल करतले एवं बहुत बड़ा प्रॉफिट समान पाउतले सो if we discuss about the commercial policy from 1600 till 1757 so that was their role but what happened after the victory so in the year 1757 what happened so after the victory in the battle of Plassey their policies their role underwent a qualitative change 1757 मसिया पलासी युद्ध रे जयलाभ करिबा परे सो समानकर कोन हला तांकर भूमिका रे उटे गुणात्मक परिवर्तन देखला बिकॉज़ दे यूजेस पॉलिटिकल पावर इन इंडियन ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स काली कोन कहितली सो अप टू 1757 up to the battle of Plassey so their role was that of a trading corporation but after the victory in battle of Plassey their role underwent a qualitative change तांकर भूमिका रे एक गुणात्मक परिवर्तन देखाला बिकॉज दे यूजेस पॉलिटिकल पावर इन इंडियन ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स कौन हला 1757 मसीहा पर्यंत 1757 मसीहा बा पलासी युद्ध पर्यंत से माने कौन करथिले वाणिज्य व्यवसाय करथिले वर्तमान से माने कौन कले आफ्टर विक्ट्री इन बैटल ऑफ पलासी इन 1757 their role, the role of the English East India Company or the British government underwent a qualitative change. Qualitative वाला गुणात्मक परिवर्तन देखा देला गुणात्मक परिवर्तन कौन they uses political power in Indian trade and commerce काली कौन उठे कहती कहलो उठे भलो एग्जांपल ना तुमको देइथिली काली कौन एग्जांपल देइथिली हेलो काली कौन एग्जांपल देइथिली मु कहती माने कर राधानाथ जने एमएलए बा एमपी रो पिला कहिथिले किंतु जदर बडे चाकरी पाउची से पिलाटी पाउची कोंथि पई पाउची ना पॉलिटिकल पावर पई पाउची हां कि नहीं हेलो
यस सर
हां एग्जैक्टली 1757 जते पर्यंत से माने पॉलिसी युद्ध रे जिति नांती सो फाउंडेशन पड़ी नाही सो सेते वाला पर्यंत से माने इन्फ्लुएंस करू ना केतबेले इन्फ्लुएंस करछथि आफ्टर द विक्ट्री इन बैटल ऑफ पलासी इन 1757 after the victory in battle of Plassey in 1757 their role underwent a qualitative change काली कौन कहतिली काली एक नंबर कहतिली so they primarily came to India the English East India Company or the British government primarily came to India to trade with the Indian people yes then after the victory in battle of Plassey they became a political power is not it समाने उठे राजनैतिक शक्ति की छिड़ा है राजनैतिक शक्ति they became a political power and they became a political power in 1757 with the victory in battle of Plassey then what happened in the year 1765 what is the historical importance of 1765 can you tell me what is the historical importance of 1765
land
so
revenue
yes yes Budeshwar
द्वेष शासन
sir they got
what is the
permission
historical importance of 1765 so far this paper is concerned or particularly history of Indian economy is concerned
sir they got permission to
Yes,
collect
yes.
land revenue
yes very good
Bengal
Radhanath. So the historical importance of 1765 is that so the grant of Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. So after the victory in battle of Buxar in the year 1764, after the victory in battle of Buxar in 1764, so the grant of Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha, they obtained the grant of the what is the grant of Diwani? What is the grant of the what is grant of Diwani? What do you mean by Diwani? Grant of Diwani?
Sir,
Grant
revenue.
of Diwani is the power of the collection of revenue. Grant of Diwani is the power of the collection of revenue. So after the victory in battle of Buxar in the year 1764, so in the year 1765, they obtained the grant of Diwani, or in other words, I can say, the power of the collection of the revenue of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. The power of the collection of revenue of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. So from 1765 onwards, the English East India Company, they became an economic power. Yes, let me repeat. So primarily the English East India Company or the British government came to India to trade with the Indian people. Secondly, in the year 1757, with the victory in battle of Plassey, they became a political power. And thirdly, in the year 1765, with the grant of Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha, they became an economic power. First, they came to India to trade with the Indian people. And second, so they became a political power with the victory in battle of Plassey. And third, in the year 1765, with the grant of Diwani or with the power of the collection of revenue of Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, they became an economic power. So when the English East India Company or the British government wanted to interfere in the social and the religious life of the people of India, the Indian people and the people of India revolted against them, and that came in the shape of, in the name of the Great Indian Revolt of 1857, or the so-called Sipahi movement. So, so in the year 765, they became a political power. So in the meantime, the Industrial Revolution broke out in England, and how that affected the Indian economy. How that affected the Indian economy. So Industrial Revolution in Britain completely transformed Britain's economy and its economic relation with India. During the second half of the 18th century and the first few decades of the 19th century, what happened? Second half of the 18th century and the first few decades of the 19th century. So there, so the social life, the economic life of the Britain, so underwent a economic transformation, and the British industry developed and expanded rapidly on the basis of factory system, modern machine, and capitalism. So I can say in this way. So with the coming of the Industrial Revolution, three important things came. One was factory system, I've already told you. The second was modern machine, and the third was capitalism. So due to the Industrial Revolution came the factory system, came the modern machine, and came the capitalism. So with the coming of the Industrial Revolution, the small scale industries and the cottage industry in India, small scale industry and the cottage industry in India were done away with, were abolished, and that affected the Indian economy. So with the coming of the Industrial Revolution, so the impact of the Industrial Revolution, so for India is concerned, so the small scale industry and the cottage industry in India were abolished or done away with. Then Industrial Revolution transformed British society in a fundamental manner. It led to the rapid economic development, which is foundation of today's high standard of living in Britain as well as in Europe, the Soviet Union, the USA, the Canada, Australia, and Japan. So that is so far the impact of the Industrial Revolution is concerned. So Britain became increasingly urbanized with the result of the Industrial Revolution, and more men began to live in factory towns than before 1750. In 1750, let me cite an example. In 1750, Britain had only two cities. In 1750, Britain had only two cities with more than 50,000 inhabitants. The total population in Britain was 50,000. So in the year 1750. So I am talking of the urbanization. So, but in the year 1851, after the Industrial Revolution, the number of the cities grown up to 29. You just imagine the number of the inhabitants of the population. Two entirely new classes of society were born: the industrial capitalist who owned the factories, and the worker who hired out their labor on daily wages. Due to the Industrial Revolution, you will find two entirely new classes. So far the economic scenario is concerned, two entirely new classes of society were born: the industrial capitalist who owned the factories, the owner of the factories, and the workers who hired out their labor on daily wages. And the supreme tragedy here is that while the former class developed rapidly enjoying unprecedented prosperity, the workers, the laboring poor, in the beginning reaped a harvest of sorrow. That is the impact of the Industrial Revolution. The rise of a powerful class of manufacturers had an important impact on industrial administration and its policies. And, and here we'll discuss what is the impact. The rise of a powerful class of manufacturers had an important impact on Indian administration and its policies. What is the impact? What is the impact? A powerful classes came. What is the impact? A powerful classes came. So with the coming of the powerful classes, they dominated the Indian society, economically. They dominated the Indian society economically. And if we discuss about the Industrial Revolution, it can be said in a single sentence or in two sentences. The commercial policy of the English East India Company after 1813 was guided by the needs of the British industry. The main aim was to transport India into a consumer of British manufacturers and a supplier of raw materials. Please write down this. So in short, if we discuss about the commercial policy of the English East India Company or the British government from 1757 till 1857, so it can be said the commercial policy of the English East India Company, please write down in two sentences. So in short, the commercial policy of the English East India Company after 1813 was guided by the needs of British industry. Its main aim was to transform India. Its main aim was to transfer India into a consumer of British manufacturers, and a supplier of raw materials. This is in short the commercial policy of the English East India Company or the British government from 1757 till 1857. So yesterday, so I've cited an example, and why the English East India Company or the British government introduced railway in India. Can you tell me why the English East India Company or the British government introduced railway in India? No, first let me ask another question. So when did railway was introduced in the world? When did railway was introduced in the world, Gayatri? Can you tell me the time of the introduction of railway in the world, Gayatri?
No, sir.
No. Yes. Anybody? Buddha, sorry.
1825.
Yes.
1825.
Yes, very good. In the year 1825, a railway was introduced in England, and the first railway line was constructed from
Liverpool to Manchester.
No, from Manchester, not Manchester, from Manchester to Liverpool. That was the first railway line in the world. Railway was introduced in the world in England. The country was England, and the first railway line was constructed from Manchester to Liverpool. And I have already told you why railway was introduced. So here my question is, why the English East India Company wanted to introduce railway in India? Why? Can you tell me? Why the English East India Company or the British government wanted to introduce railway in India?
Sir, in
Transport
India,
raw materials.
Yes, yes, yes,
The raw material
yes,
transport, correct.
yes. So we can say in this way, for commercial viewpoint, Gayatri, we can say in this way, for commercial viewpoint, railway was introduced in India by the English East India Company or the British government. The first one was for commercial viewpoint. So if we discuss about if we say the commercial viewpoint, we can include transport of raw materials also for the communication purposes also. Is not it, Gayatri? So transport
Yes,
of
sir.
raw materials and also for the communication, transport and communication. So that was number one. Number two, the second was for military viewpoint. For military viewpoint, the second point was why the English East India Company or the British government wanted to introduce railway in India. The first was commercial viewpoint and the second was military viewpoint. What is so for the military viewpoint is concerned? So let me cite an example. So in the year 1757, they laid the foundation of the British Empire in India. And in the year 1817, you will find, I am talking of in Odishan context, a revolt was broke out in the name of Paika rebellion. Then you will find the Gumsa rebellion. You will find the Keunjhar tumult. Then you find the Great Indian Revolt of 1857, so on and so forth. So they wanted to send the army or the military from one place to another to suppress that rebellion. So my point here is that, so why the English East India Company or the British government wanted to introduce railway in India? Because of the commercial viewpoint. And railway was introduced in which year? In which way railway was introduced in India?
1853.
1853,
1853. And who are the Governor General?
Dalhousie,
Lord Dalhousie was the Governor General who introduced railway. And what was the first railway line?
Bombay to Thane.
Yes. So three important things. First, a railway was introduced by the English East India Company or the British government due to the commercial viewpoint, and secondly due to the military viewpoint. Third is the second, it was a railway was introduced in the year 1853, and the Governor General was Lord Dalhousie. And the third, the first railway line was constructed from Bombay to Thane. So here, India, after the Industrial Revolution in England, the role of India was just a supplier of raw materials to the needs of the British industry. So they wanted to take the raw materials, particularly cotton, from the interior parts of India through railway and sent to England through ship. So therefore they introduced railway in India. The first was the commercial viewpoint, and that is the pressure of the industrial revolution in England. So therefore, in short, it can be said the commercial policy of the English East India Company after 1813 was guided by the needs of British industry. Or in other words, I can say the role of India after the Industrial Revolution was that of a supplier of raw materials to the needs of British industry. The main purpose was to transform India into a consumer of British manufacturers and supplier of raw materials. That was the commercial policy. So if we discuss, in short, about the commercial policy of the English East India Company or the British government, from 1757 till 1857. So you can write the commercial policy of the East India Company, English East India Company, after 1813 was guided. After 1813 was guided by the needs of British industry. Its main aim was, its main purpose was to transform India into a consumer of British manufacturers and supplier of raw materials. That is so far as the commercial policy is concerned. If we discuss about the commercial policy, in short, I can say, so from 1600 till 1757, the role of the English East India Company or the British government was that of a trading corporation. And after 1757, particularly after the Britain Battle policy, the role of the English East India Company underwent a qualitative change, and they used political power in Indian trade and commerce. And in the meantime, you will find the growth of the two powerful class of manufacturer emerged. So far, the impact of industrial revolution is concerned. And with the coming of the industrial revolution came three important things. One was factory system, the second was modern machine, the third was capitalism. Factory system, modern machine, and capitalism. So, in short, we can say the commercial policy or of English East India Company of British government, so from 1757 till 1857 was guided by the needs of the British industry, or particularly you can say, you can write, so particularly after 1813 was guided by the needs of the British industry. Its main aim was transform India into a consumer of British manufacturers and a supplier of raw materials. Then we will discuss the drain of wealth. The drain of wealth. What is so far the drain is concerned? The economic drain. The economic drain. So Arsidat in his book, The Economic History of India, and also Dadabhai Nauroji in his book, Indian Poverty and Non-British Rule in India, they laid stress on the economic drain. That is very peculiar to the British rule. So the economic drain is very peculiar to the British rule. So the British exported to Britain a part of India's wealth and resources, for which India got no adequate economic or material return. So therefore, this economic drain was very peculiar to British rule, and the English East India Company or the British government took a huge amount of money from India to England, in which India could not get any economic and material return. So, the second is, after commercial policy of the English East India Company or the British government, the second important point, the second important subject was the drain of wealth. What is the drain of wealth? That was the economic drain. The drain from India to England. So, according to the economic historians of India, the English East India Company or the British government took a huge amount of money from India to England, in which India could not get any economic and material return. India could not get any economic or material return. That was very peculiar. So, even the worst of the previous Indian government had spent the revenue they extracted from the people inside the country. That is very important. So before English East India Company, the Maratha rule was there, and before Maratha, the Mughal rule was there. So the Mughals and the Marathas, they extracted money from the people and used inside the country. That was peculiar. That was peculiar. But the English East India Company or the British government took a huge amount of money from India to England, in which India could not get any economic and material return. So I'll discuss. So the drain of wealth of Bengal started after the Britain Battle of Plassey in 1757. Particularly, there is statistics. from 1758 till 765. What is the historical importance of 765? The grant of the one. So from 758 means after the victory in Battle of Plassey in 757, that is from 758 till 765, the English East India Company or the British government took as many as 6 million pounds from India to England, in which India could not get any economic or material return. And this 6 million pound is more than 4 times greater than the total collection of revenue of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. They took huge amount of money from India to England, for which India could not get any economic or material return. Therefore, Indian economy has been devastated. Therefore, Indian economy has been ruined. Therefore, Indian economy has been affected. So they took huge amount of money from India to England. And the drain of wealth started from Bengal in the year 700, after the victory in the Battle of Plassey. So in the year 757. And there is the statistics. And the statistics is that, so from 758, please write down, from 1758, please write down, this is the statistics. So I have borrowed from the Archives of India, National Archives of India in Odisha Center. So from 758 till 765, the English East India Company or British government, the English East India Company or British government took as many as 6 million pounds, as many as 6 million pounds from India to England, in which India could not get any economic or a material return. In which India could not get any economic and material return. And secondly, I can cite another statistics. So from 1765 to 1770, from 1765 to 1770, the English East India Company or the British government took as many as 4 million pounds, 4 million pounds from India to England. From India to England, in which India could not get any economic or material return. In which India could not get any economic or material return. So in total, from 758 till 770, the British government or the English East India Company took how many? How much money? In total, from 1758 to 1770, how much the English East India Company took? How much of money from India to England? Gayatri?
10 million pounds.
Yes. In total, from 758, yes, very good. So, yes, in total, from 758 till 770, the English East India Company or the British government took as many as 10 million pounds from India to England, in which India could not get any economic or material return. Or for which Indian economy has been ruined, Indian economy has been devastated, Indian economy has been affected. Yes. Yes. So while the exact amount of annual drain, while the exact amount of money or exact of annual drain has not been calculated so far, or I can say historians differ on its quantum, or you can say in this way, the historians have held divergent opinion so far. The exact amount is concerned, but all the historians are unanimous that English East India Company or the British government took English East India Company or English East India Company or the British government took as many as 10 million pounds from 758 till 770. And John Salvian, the president of the Board of Revenue in Madras, rightly remarked. John Salvian, who was John Salvian then? He was the president of the Board of Revenue in Madras. Can you write? You can write. John Salvian, J-O-H-N, John Salvian, S-U-L-L-I-V-N, Salvian. Who was John Salvian? The president of the Board of Revenue of Madras. The president of the Board of Revenue. Rajaswa Parisadra Adhyakya. President of the Board of Revenue Madras rightly remarked, quote, our system acts very much like a sponge. Our system, please write down the quotation of Salvian, then I'll elaborate. Our system acts, SCTS acts very much like a sponge, S-P-O-N-G, very much like a sponge, drawing up, D-R-A-W-I-N-G, drawing up, up, all the good things from the back of the Ganges, capital G, from the back of the Ganges, G-A-N-G-S, capital G, Ganges, and squeezing them down, S-Q-U-E-E-Z-I-N-G, squeezing them down on the back of the Thames, capital T, unquote. So he said, let me repeat, according to John Sullivan was the president of the Board of Revenue Madras, he said, our system acts very much like a sponge, drawing up all the good things from the back of the Ganges and squeezing them down on the back of the Thames. Thames was a river in England, and Ganga, river Ganges in India. So he said, our system means our economic system, our economic exploitation, our economic policy. Our means the economic policy of the English East India Company, the economic policy of the British government, the economic policies of the economic exploitation of the British government. That acts very much like a sponge. So he said, our system acts very much like a sponge, drawing up all the good things from the bank of the Ganges and squeezing them down on the back of the Thames, unquote. So that was the drain of wealth or the economic drain from India to England, according to John Sullivan. So here my point is, so while the historians have a divergent opinions for the quantum is concerned, so the quantum of the economic drain is concerned, all the historians, all the economic historians are unanimous that the English East India Company or the British government took a huge amount of money from India to England, in which India could not get any economic or material return. Therefore, Indian economy has been ruined. Therefore, Indian economy has been devastated. Therefore, Indian economy has been affected. That is so far the drain of wealth is concerned. So, in a nutshell, I can say, so if we discuss about the drain of wealth, so that was very peculiar to the British rule, and that was very peculiar to the British rule. Here, why that the economic drain or the drain of wealth is very peculiar to British rule? Because the previous government, before English, who ruled over India before English? Who ruled over India before English? The Mughals. The Mughals. Is not it?
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Yes. So, the Mughals, I have already told you, so far this paper is concerned, MHI-107 is concerned, that is history of Indian economy. Or in other words, I can say economic history of India. history of Indian economy, or I can say the economic history of India from 1700 CE till 2000 CE. And I have already told you that the historical importance of 1700 CE is roughly from the decay and the downfall of the Mughal Empire. Because with the death of Aurangzeb in the year 1707, the decline and the downfall of the Mughal Empire in India was materialized. So, from 1700 CE, from the decay and downfall of the Mughal Empire in India till the coming of the liberalization and globalization in this paper, so you will find the first phase, the drain of wealth, because the English East India Company took huge amounts of money from India to England, in which India could not get any economic and material return. Anything you want to ask me? So far the drain of wealth is concerned, that is very peculiar to the British rule. Anything you so that is, if we discuss about the drain of wealth or the economic drain, so from that started from 757. 757 means after the Victorian Battle policy. After the Victorian Battle policy, so the economic drain started, and that took huge amount of money from India to England. So in which India could not get any economic and material return. So that is one side. And you see, an Englishman in the name Salvian, who was the Board of Revenue, he remarked, an Englishman, not an Indian. John Salvian was not an Indian, an Englishman. He remarked that our system means our economic exploitation, our economic policy, our economic system acts very much like a sponge, drawing up all the good things from the bank of the Ganges and squeezing them down on the bank of the Thames. Yes. The third aspect will be the introduction of the modern means of transport. So in economic policy, the third aspect will be the introduction of the modern means of transport. So how? By introducing the modern means of transport means by introducing railway and steamship, they affected the Indian economy. So now we'll discuss by introducing the railway and steamship. That is so far as the introduction of the modern means of transport is concerned. So by introducing railway and steamship, railway was introduced, I have already told you, railway was introduced in India in the year 1853, and the first railway line was constructed from which place to which place?
Bombay to Thane.
Yes, Bombay to Thane. The first railway line was constructed from Bombay to Thane. So by introducing railway and steamship, Baspa Chalita Jahaj, so they affected the Indian economy. Yes. So let me say, up to 19th century, up to the middle of the 19th century, up to the second decade of the 19th century, what is the means of transport in India? Can you tell me? Up to 19th century, or particularly up to the second decade of the 19th century. Anybody? What is the means of transport in India up to 19th century, or particularly up to the second decade of the 19th century? Can you tell me?
Sir, question टा बुझी पारलेनी.
Yes. ঊনবিংশ শতাব্দী পর্যন্ত বা ঊনবিংশ শতাব্দীর দ্বিতীয়ার্ধ পর্যন্ত ଭାରତର ଗମନାଗମନ କଣ ଥିଲା? ଗାୟତ୍ରୀ?
Sir, water. Sir,
Yes.
bullock cart.
Yes, very good. Yes, very good. Yes, yes. Then camel, pack
So
horse,
what
and
did
bullock cart. Yes. So camel, camel माने कौन? हाथी.
अच्छा सर
Otta.
So
Yes. Camel, pack horse. PSC pack hyphen horse. HORSE horse. ये कलिकता जाइतो देखियो ଗୋଟେ रिक्शा वाला गाड़ी ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ଘୋड़ा ଟାଣେ ତାକୁ କୁହାଯାଏ pack horse and bullock cart ବଳଦ ଗାଡ଼ି ସଗଳେ. So the means of transport in India one was confined to camel, pack horse and bullock cart up to the second decade of the 19th century. This is a very important sentence. This is a very important sentence. Up to the second decade of the 19th century, the means of transport in India was backward, and that was confined to camel, pack horse, and bullock cart. So, who introduced postal system in India? Can you tell me? Who introduced postal system in India?
कौन कहले पोस्ट
Yes. Buddheswar. Who introduced postal system in India? Modern postal system in India.
Sir, British East
Yes.
India Company.
Yeah. Who are the men? Arena. Who are the individual?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
British East India
Yes.
Company.
East India Company in general. Who are the men? Who are the individual? So,
Sir,
so you.
sir, postal
if-
में
Lord
postal.
Dalhousie.
Yes. Dalhousie.
Sir,
Yes.
Dalhousie.
Yes. Dalhousie. Very good. Dalhousie. So Dalhousie introduced. I'm talking of the means of transport. So Dalhousie introduced modern postal system. So because before Dalhousie in England, the penny postage has been introduced, and that was very successful. Penny postage, PNNY. That is a very important question. So you will find, you will get this question. What is a penny postage? PNNY, penny. What is a penny? Can you tell me? Pratibha,
Sir,
Gayatri, what is penny?
Sir, Rupee.
Penny. No, not rupee. Penny is the lowest unit of pound. Pound is the currency of England. The lowest unit, the lowest unit of pound is penny. The lowest unit of pound is penny. Can you tell me what the lowest unit of rupee? What is the lowest unit of rupee?
Sir, Anna.
Paisa.
Anybody? No, Gayatri. What is the lowest
Paisa.
unit of rupee? Anybody? The lowest unit of rupee is Naya Paisa. Eko Nwa Paisa. Naya Paisa is lowest unit of rupee. Then came Ona, half Ona, 2 Ona, 4 Ona, so on and so forth. So Dalhousie introduced penny post. The penny postage in England was successful. When that was successful in England, Dalhousie introduced half Ona postage in India. And before Dalhousie, the pigeons were used to take a letter from one place to another. Do you know? The birds,
Yes, sir.
especially pigeons, were used to, especially in police station and thanas, you will find. So taking of a letter from one place to another, the pigeons, the birds, particularly the pigeons, were used. So and sometimes that was very difficult. So therefore, when Dalhousie became the Governor General of Bengal, he introduced modern postal system, and if we discuss about the modern postal system is concerned, so the first Indian postal system was half on a postage, and that was successful. So I'm not talking of that. So, so up to the 19th century or up to the second decade of the 19th century, the means of transport in India was backward, and that was confined to camel, pack horse, and bullock cart. So soon, the English East India Company or the British government realized the easy and cheap system of the transport and communication, and they introduced railway and steamship. So when the English East India Company and the British government introduced railway and steamship, so the bullock cart, camel, and the pack horse, so they can be said as a small scale industry in India. So they were done away, they were ruined. So if we discuss about the introduction of the modern means of transport, the English East India Company or the British government introduced for the future generation, for the betterment of the Indian citizen, for the easy system of the communication, for the easy system of the transport and communication. But on the other hand, if we discuss about the small scale industry, like the owner of the bullock cart, owner of the camel, owner of the pack horse, so they were abolished, they were declined from the Indian soil, and that affected the Indian economy. So if we discuss about the development of the means of transport and communication, so in this way, the English East India Company or the British government, by introducing railway and steamship, Baspachalita Jahajo, steamship, they affected the Indian economy. Already छोटिया कथा कही. So जेतेबेले introduce हे जाउची, the owner of the bullock cart, the owner of the camel, the owner of the pack horse, so samare काम पाउना. So तापर livelihood का affected होउची. That is so far as the economic policies of the English East India Company or the British government. So if we discuss about the transport and communication, so in this way, the transport and communication affected the Indian economy. So anything you want to ask me so far the development of the introduction of the transport and communication is which comes on? Anything you want to ask me so far the transport and communication, how that affected the Indian economy? How that affected it? Because during the time of the ancient period, or according to so you will cite the example of John Stuart Mill. So during the time of the Hindu period, during the time of the Muslim period, during the time or up to the second decade of the 19th century or the British period, if we discuss about the means of transport and communication, that was very backward. Yes. But that affected the Indian economy. How that affected the Indian economy? Because the owner of the camel, the owner of the pack horse, the owner of the bullock cart, so their livelihood have been affected due to the introduction of railway, due to the introduction of steams. Their livelihood have been affected due to the introduction of railway and steams. Therefore, that was directly influenced the Indian economy. बुझिपालो इटा economic देखो, if we discuss about the economic history of India, so we are discussing about the social history, about the political history. If we discuss about the political history, so the kings, the rulers, the queens, the governor generals, the emperors, the sultans, that is about the political history is concerned. And if we discuss about the social history, So that is so far the society is concerned, the food, dress, ornaments, so on, the status of women, so on and so forth. And if we discuss about the religious history, the religions like Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, so on and so forth. And if we discuss about the economic history, that is very important because so there is a saying, where there is money, there is power. Are you agree with me? Where there is money, there is power.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Where there is money, there is power. So, and if we discuss about the money, we'll discuss about the economy. So money is related with the economy. And the money is the root cause of all evils. Isn't it? Money is the root cause of all evils. So, so therefore, if we discuss about the economic history, so how that influenced a particular individual, a particular society, so that is very important. And so far the economic history is concerned also, here, so far the agriculture is concerned, what is the status of the agriculture or the role of agriculture? Secondly, the trade and commerce. And when we are discussing about the trade and commerce, the internal trade and commerce and the external trade and commerce, or the trade and commerce in the land route and the trade and commerce in the sea route. That is so far the trade and commerce is concerned. And finally, industry. If we discuss about the industry, how that affected the Indian economy. So during this period, particularly for the decade, the downfall of the Mughal Empire in India till 2006 or till the coming of the liberation, the globalization. So you will find all these things. So therefore, economic history plays a very important role. And I have already told you that if we discuss about the economic history, so far this paper is concerned, so I have already told you. So a number of very good books written by R.C. Dor, written by Dadabhai Naroji, and freedom fighter of India, a nationalist, and the second M.G. Ranade, Mahadev Kamji Ranade, again a freedom fighter, a nationalist, and R.P. Dor. So these are the very important books so far the economic history of India is concerned. Yes, anything you want. So far the commercial policy is concerned, so far the drain of wealth is concerned, so far the introduction of the modern means of transport. Then I will switch over to the land revenue policy. ए भितर किछि कोन पचारिबा मते को लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी जी माने मते सेठी बहुत बड़ा जिंस दरकार सेति पई एटा क्लियर कर दबा पई चाहू छी लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी ता बहुत उडे इंपैक्ट उडे बहुत बड़ा जिंस ता यस
सर
यस राधानाथ को पता एनीथिंग
सर इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ मॉडर्न इन्वेंशन एंड ट्रांसफर रे केवल माने ट्रेन आउ पोस्टल को छडले आउ कोन सर हितला
कोनटा कोन हो
जो थर्ड पॉइंट रे जो कहले इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ मॉडर्न इन्वेंशन रे रेलवे एंड पोस्टल को छडले आउ कोन सर इंट्रोड्यूस हितला इंडिया
ने पोस्टल नहीं रेलवे एंड स्टीम शिप रेल एवं बाष्प चालित जहाज स्टीम शिप बाष्प चालित जहाज that was introduced by the British government. In addition to railways, the English East India Company or the British government, they introduced steam ship. steam ship जानि जो ओडिया रे कोन कहबो तमे
सर बाष्प चालित जहाज
हां सेटा ओडिया वर्ड एग्जैक्टली को एग्जैक्ट तमे कहबा भी जानिया दरकार बिकॉज़ किछि लोक किछि स्टूडेंट अछंती नॉन ओडिया तो मु सेटा कहबी हम जानिया दरकार से एग्जैक्ट ओडियाटा जानिया दरकार हमर ने दरकार हबो हमर मदर टंग से तो एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर कहै सालेनी सब ओडिया रे हबो तमे ओडिया रे दबो तमे चल जीवो तमे सरी जीवो सो वर्ष 2 वर्ष भितरे इग्नोर भी समान ओडिया रीजनल लैंग्वेज रे देबे तमे जानथि कि हम कहि परिबी
ओडिया रे पीजी करियो
रीजनल लैंग्वेज कर देलानी टेक्निकल एजुकेशन रीजनल एजुकेशन इंट्रोड्यूस कर सालेनी
ओके सर
जो स्टेट रो से पिला से भाषा रे पढ़िया देबे इवन सिविल सर्विस रे सामने चिंता करते बहुत आपको लेनी हमें से जिंस परिवानी तमे एग्जैक्ट वर्डटा में जानिया दरकार हमें जानि बाबा सिस्टम से पास पे चालित जहाज यस यस एनीबॉडी गायत्री पचारियो कोन नहीं
No, sir.
So then we'll take up the last point. So far the economic policy is concerned, that is land revenue policy. By introducing land revenue policies, how the English East India Company and the British government, they weakened the Indian economy, they affected the Indian economy, they devastated the Indian economy. Three important words. Please remember three important words. The English East India Company and British government weakened the Indian economy. Gayatri, weakened the Indian economy.
Yes.
Then they affected the Indian economy. You can use the word affected. Finally, they ruined the Indian economy. So by introducing land revenue policy, in addition to the commercial policy, drain of wealth, and the introduction of the modern means of transport, they ruined the Indian economy, they devastated the Indian economy, they affected the Indian economy. Yes. The main burden for providing money for the trade and profits of the company, the cost of administration, and the wars of British expansion in India had to be borne by the Indian peasants, farmers, or rats. In fact, British could not have conquered such a vast country as India if they had not taxed him heavily. Lekibo, এটা sentence lekibo. তোমার বইরে নাই। Yatri,
Again, sir.
lekibo.
Again.
କାହିଁକି ତମ ବହିରେ ନାହିଁ ଲେଖ। Heading land revenue policy. Land revenue policy. The main burden, MAIN man. You can write the important burden. You can write the chief burden. You can write the principal burden. MAIN man, ତମେ as a student of history, ଗୋଟେ ଇତିହାସ ଛାତ୍ରର ଗୋଟେ ସବଜେକ୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ ୱାର୍ଡ ଉପରେ ତାର ମାଷ୍ଟରୀ ଥାଏ। ଗୋଟେ ଇତିହାସ ଛାତ୍ରର ଛାତ୍ରୀର ମୁଁ ଜଣେ ଇତିହାସ ଛାତ୍ର। So I am a historian. I am a student of history. ତାର ଗୋଟେ ଦଖଲ ଥାଏ ଗୋଟେ ୱାର୍ଡସ୍ ଉପରେ। ତେଣୁ ସେ ୱାର୍ଡ ଟାକୁ ସେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ ୟୁଜ କରିଦେବ। ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାରେ ଗୋଟେ ୱାର୍ଡକୁ ୟୁଜ କରିବନି, ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ ୟୁଜ କରିବ। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ମେନ୍, MAIN ମେନ୍। ଗାୟତ୍ରୀ କହିପାରିବ ପ୍ରିନ୍ସିପାଲ, ରାଧାନାଥ କହିପାରିବ ଚିଫ୍, ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ କହିପାରିବ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ। ଏକା ଜିନିଷ। Main burden or the principal burden or the chief burden or the important burden of providing money for the trade and profits of the company, the cost of administration, and the wars of British expansion, and the wars of British expansion in India had to be borne. By the Indian farmers / peasants / royal. Farmers जा, peasants से या royal से या। कृषक को फार्मर कुआ जाए, peasant कुआ जाए, royal कुआ जाए। आ गोटे सेंटेंस कहि दउ तार बुझे। In fact, the British could not have conquered. Such a vast country as India. If they had not taxed him heavily. देखला सेंटेंस टा केम कोन बुझिलो? मते के कहयो एक
Sir,
duty
if they had
sentences.
not,
कह गायत्री कह
if they had not taxed, कौन तापरे कहले?
taxed him heavily, taxed the Indian farmers heavily. मोर कहवा कथा एठी एते लेखा है भारतर कृषक उपरे 3टा कार्य न्यस्त थिला कौन ब्रिटिश सरकार 3टा कार्य 1 नंबर काम हला भारत रे वाणिज्य व्यवसाय करिवे लाभांश पाइबे तार बोझटा भारतीय कृषक बहुतला सेकंड ब्रिटिश सरकार को भारत रे दैनंदिन खर्च थर्ड भारत रे ब्रिटिश सरकार साम्राज्य संप्रसारण बा साम्राज्य विस्तार एई 3टा जिनिस को भारतर कृषक ता कांधरे बहुतला सेथि पई कहला इन फैक्ट द ब्रिटिश सेथि पई कहला ब्रिटिश सरकार जदि भारतर कृषक मानकू अतिशय कर लदी नथान्ते भारत भलिया एक विशाल साम्राज्य अधिकारी होई पार नथान्ते एतिकी मात्र लेखा है 2टा सेंटेंस सो ब्रिटिश सरकार कर कोन थिला द मेन बर्डन फॉर प्रोवाइडिंग मनी नंबर 1 फॉर द ट्रेड एंड प्रॉफिट्स ऑफ द कंपनी तार पैसा दरकार वाणिज्य व्यवसाय करिवे एवं लाभांश पाइबे राधानाथ
जी सर
तो गुटे व्यापार करिया को चाहूचो मु तुमको पैसा देबी ना तमे व्यापार करि परिबो कि किछि पूंजी हेले व्यापार करिवो ये सर नो
यस सर
व्यापार करियो माने तोर जदि प्रॉफिट पाइलो बा लॉस हला सेटा अलग कथा से माने व्यापार करिवे एवं ता लाभांश पाइबे नंबर 1 तापरे भारत रे ताकर दैनंदिन खर्च ब्रिटिश सरकारंकर दैनंदिन खर्च भारत थर्ड कौन करिवे ना भारत रे समानकर जो साम्राज्य विस्तार करिवे एई 3टा इंपोर्टेंट जिनसर खर्च किए बहुतला कांधरे भारतीय कृषक द इंडियन फार्मर्स यदि इंडियन फार्मर्स को सेमाने अत्यधिक अतिशय टैक्स प्रदान करि नथान्ते भारत भलिया एक विशाल साम्राज्य अधिकारी इंग्रेज सरकार हे पार नथान्ता एतिकी मात्र लेखि तेणु जदि लैंड रेवेन्यू कहवा लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी रो ओडिया कोन हबो गायत्री
भू राजस्व नीति
बस भू राजस्व नीति कहवा जदि लैंड रेवेन्यू सेटलमेंट थाता कोन हेताता गायत्री
भू राजस्व
लैंड
बंदोबस्त
हाँ वेरी गुड वेरी गुड वेरी गुड वेरी गुड भू राजस्व बंदोबस्त हेताता तेन गुटे हिस्ट्री पिला से एग्जैक्ट ओडियाटा थई बसी जाता लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी भू राजस्व नीति लैंड रेवेन्यू सेटलमेंट भू राजस्व बंदोबस्त सो इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी यदि भू राजस्व नीति को देखिबा हमें कोन करिया इफ विल डिस्कस अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ द लैंड रेवेन्यू सेटलमेंट कोन कहबा if you critically and minutely analyze the history of the land revenue settlement in India, land revenue policy in India, so 2 important names came. One came Sher Shah, the second Akbar. यदि भू राजस्व नीति को देखिबा 2टा इंपोर्टेंट ना हम पाको आसे गोटे हला शेर शाह आ गोटे हला अकबर से दुई जन भलो भू राजस्व बंदोबस्त करते भारत रे आ कई करना एंड इफ विल डिस्कस अबाउट द लैंड रेवेन्यू मिनिस्टर इन इंडिया from ancient period till that, there was a very good land revenue minister in the name of Todormal. Have you heard the name of Todormal? Todormal ना सुनचो?
हाँ सर
Yes, sir.
के से हैं? इग्नोर पड़ुची? इग्नोर पड़ुची Todormal? Hello?
Sir, ତୋଡରମଲ ମୋଗଲ ଡାଇନେଷ୍ଟିର ନବରତ୍ନ ମାନଙ୍କ ମଧ୍ୟରୁ ଜଣେ ଥିଲେ।
ନା ନବରତ୍ନ ତ ଆସିବ ଏନସିଏଣ୍ଟ ପିରିୟଡରେ ନବରତ୍ନ ୱାର୍ଡ ତ କରିପାରିବନି ତମେ ନବରତ୍ନ ୱାର୍ଡ 9 ଜେମ୍ସ ୟୁଜ କରିପାରିବନି ସେଟା ଗୁପ୍ତ ପିରିୟଡର କାମ ଟୋଡରମଲ କିଏ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ କଣ ଗୋଟେ କହୁଛି
ସାର୍ ଯେ କୃଷି ବିଭାଗରେ ମାନେ ଦେଖା ମାନେ ବୁଝାବୁଝି ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ନେଇଥିଲେ ତୋର
କୋଉ ସମୟରେ କୁହ କାହାର ଥିଲେ ସେ ମୁଁ କହିସାରିନି
ଅକବର ଟାଇମ
yes very good he was the revenue minister of India during the time of Akbar very good ଏଇଟା ଟୋଡରମଲ ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ରେଭିନ୍ୟୁ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର ଆଜି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ପ୍ରାଚୀନ କାଳ ଠାରୁ ଆଜି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଆମେ ଦେଖିବା ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ରେଭିନ୍ୟୁ ମିନିଷ୍ଟର so Akbar with the help of his famous revenue minister Todormal introduced a very good system of land revenue administration in India land revenue settlement in India mane rakhila Akbar if we critically and minutely analyze the land revenue settlement land revenue policy in India Akbar with the help of his famous revenue minister Todormal introduced a very good land revenue settlement in India. Very good land revenue settlement in India. But after the decay and the downfall of the Mughal Empire, the land revenue settlement revenue policies introduced by Akbar and Todormal was also broken down. Akbar and Todormal introduced a very good land revenue settlement in India, but after the decay and the downfall of the Mughal Empire in India in the year 1707, so the land revenue settlement introduced by Akbar and Todormal was also broken down. And then company came. English East India Company came. So by seeing the land revenue settlement introduced by Akbar and Todormal, the company became confused. So, ଏତି କହିବି ଯଦି ଭାରତର ଭୂ ରାଜସ୍ୱ ନୀତିକୁ ଆମେ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟାଲୋଚନା କରିବା আকবর এবং তাଙ୍କର ସୁନାମଧନ୍ୟ ରାଜସ୍ୱ ମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ତୋଦରମଲଙ୍କ ସହାୟତାରେ ଭାରତରେ ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ଭୂ ରାଜସ୍ୱ ବନ୍ଦୋବସ୍ତର ପ୍ରଚଳନ କରିଥିଲେ ମାତ୍ର ମୋଗଲ ସାମ୍ରାଜ୍ୟର ପତନ ପରେ আকবর ଏବଂ ତୋଦରମଲ ପ୍ରଣୟନ କରିଥିବା ବା ପ୍ରଚଳନ କରିଥିବା
मोहम्मद बिन तुगलक
कौन कहला कौन बुझे सर कौन कौन
भू राजस्व नीति जो प्रचलन आरंभ करथिले मोहम्मद बिन तुगलक
नहीं मु कहूची मु देख कहूची बुद्धेश्वर तुम आगे बुझ मो कथा कहूची मु कहली जदि गोटे भल भू राजस्व नीति को आमे प्रचलन देखिबा पर्यालोचना करिबा जदि राजस्व इतिहास को पर्यालोचना करिबा तेन दुई जन अधिकारी भल भू राजस्व बंदोबस्त करचंती जने हले शेरशाह आ जने अकबर बुझि पारलनी मो पॉइंट बुद्धेश्वर हेलो बुद्धेश्वर हेलो बुधेश्वर
सर कटि जाइछि से
से प्रश्न पचारि पड़ला से आसु आसिले हम देखिबा अच्छा लास्ट पचारि प्रश्न सो एति मन रखिबो सो जदि दुई जण भू राजस्व भल भू राजस्व बंदोबस्त प्रचलन करछथि भारत रे जण हेले शेरशाह जाकर प्रथम नाम थिला शेरका आउ जणे अकबर अकबर जो करछथि अकबर का सहायता करछथि तांकर सुनाम धन्य भू राजस्व मंत्री बा राजस्व मंत्री ताका ना हला टोडरमल सो टोडरमल एवं अकबर गोटे भल भू राजस्व बंदोबस्त प्रचलन करते मात्र भू राजस्व मात्र मोगल साम्राज्यर पतन पर सेमाने प्रचलन करथिबा भू राजस्व बंदोबस्त मध्य भांगला तापर कंपनी आसीगला इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी आसीगला कंपनी ताकू जानी ताकू देखी तार मूल एवं चूल पाइला ना therefore the company introduced the land revenue settlement in India through experimental basis or trial and error basis. I what I want to the English East India Company introduced land revenue reform, land revenue settlement, land revenue policies through experimental basis or trial and error basis. Experimental basis माने परीक्षा मूलक भाव ट्रायल एंड एरर बेसिस सो बोलेले बोल ठीक है ठीक ए दीटा वर्ड को मन रखियो कौन लिखिबो द इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी इंट्रोड्यूस द लैंड रेवेन्यू सेटलमेंट इन इंडिया थ्रू एक्सपेरिमेंटल बेसिस और ट्रायल एंड एरर बेसिस So, example tamu de demi. In the year 765, Clive became the first governor of Bengal. Governor General, Governor of Bengal. 1765 ख्रीष्टाब्दरे Lord Clive. I am talking of the land revenue settlement. मो land revenue settlement कथा कहूची land revenue policy कथा कहूची. जदि कंपनी कथा देखिबा जदि इंग्रेज सरकार कर भू राजस्व नीति को आमे देखिबा सब प्रथमे कहली जे समाने परीक्षा मूलक भावे समानकर भू राजस्व बंदोबस्त को प्रचलन करछन जदि से कथा कहिबी ताको मते प्रमाण दरकार केमति कहिबी क्लाइव रॉबर्ट क्लाइव इन द ईयर 765 introduced dual government दैत्य शासन जानछोटा
Again, sir.
हेलो
आज्ञा सर
जानिछो दैत्य शासन प्रचलन कले सो इन द then came Warren Hastings by regulating act of 1773 he became the first governor general of Bengal clear that सुना गो Number 1, Robert Clive became the governor of Bengal or first governor of Bengal after the victory in Battle of Plassey. And he introduced dual government. Daitya Sasana Pachavana Kali. Then came Warren Hastings. He has been appointed as the governor of Bengal, but by the regulating act of 1773 he became the first governor general of Bengal बुझी गलो ना बुझी गलो को गायत्री
Yes, sir.
को 1765 रे जेहेतु क्लाइव चंचकता करी षडयंत्र करी कूटनीति करी पलासी युद्ध रे जयलाभ करे देला कंपनी को इंग्रेज ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को सेथि पई ताकू भारतर प्रथम गवर्नर रूपे नियुक्ति देले he became the first governor of Bengal हला ता ना कौन थिला ता ना थिला रॉबर्ट क्लाइव ता ना थिला रॉबर्ट क्लाइव तापरे ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट दिटा घर अछि घर की कहयो गायत्री
सर हाउस ऑफ एल्डर एंड हाउस ऑफ कॉमन।
गायत्री आम हिस्ट्री पिला सब जानिया कथा मोर मो पिला माने सब जानिया कथा हाउस ऑफ कौन कहलो राधानाथ
सर हाउस ऑफ एल्डर एंड हाउस ऑफ
ना एल्डर नहीं
कॉमन।
ना मन रखियो से ए पेपर पढु माने एटा सब आसीबो एठी हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स एंड हाउस ऑफ कॉमन्स
यस सर।
हाउस ऑफ कॉमन्स हमर लोकसभा जा तार हाउस ऑफ कॉमन्स है हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स हमर राज्यसभा जा ताकर हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स है दिटा पाले अछि एटा सेटवा हम आछि ना हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन रा सेटु की आछि सो हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स एंड हाउस ऑफ कॉमन्स अगर ताकर को पार्टी भी दरकार हवा हमर एटी के ए पेपर रे इंग्लैंड रे केतरा पार्टी गायत्री पॉलिटिकल पार्टी केतरा
जानी
इंग्लैंड हां इंग्लैंड रे केतरा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बाई पार्टी सिस्टम दुईटी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बाई पार्टी सिस्टम माने दुई गोटे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी गोटे कंजर्वेटिव पार्टी आ गोटे लेबर पार्टी गोटे कंजर्वेटिव पार्टी आ गोटे लेबर पार्टी गोटे जाट दल आ गोटे श्रमिक दल तार बाई पार्टी सिस्टम इंडिया रे सॉरी चाइना रे गोटे पार्टी कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ चाइना वन पार्टी सिंगल पार्टी इंडिया रे मल्टी पार्टी मोर देन टू पार्टी अमेरिका रे दीटा पार्टी गोटे रिपब्लिकन आ गोटे डेमोक्रेट गोटे रिपब्लिकन आ गोटे डेमोक्रेट ट्रम्प वर्तमान प्रेसिडेंट अछि से डेमोक्रेट रिपब्लिकन बाइडेन थिला रिपब्लिकन सो आमे एवडा सब जानि जबा कि सब एटी सब आसीबा एवडा सब सो कोन हला कोन कहउतली गायत्री कोन कहउतली
सर इंग्लैंड रे पार्टी सिस्टम
1773
हाँ 1773 by regulating what he became the governor general of Bengal देखो मो तुम कहतिले the English East India Company and the British government introduced the land revenue settlement land revenue settlement in India in experimental basis in trial and error basis कहीं देखो 1765 रे लॉर्ड क्लाइव कहले डुअल गवर्नमेंट रे कोन हला he kept the collection of revenue in his own hand कंपनी ता निज हाथ राजस्व आदाय करिवार क्षमता रखेला डुअल गवर्नमेंट रे नंबर 1 1772 वारन हेस्टिंग्स असले बडला ढेक एवं 1773 रे से कहले 5 year सेटलमेंट माने 5 वर्षिया बंदोबस्त 5 year सेटलमेंट एटा हम काली कहि बातरे 5 year सेटलमेंट 5 वर्षिया बंदोबस्त इन द ईयर 1774 he introduced 1 year settlement or annual settlement देखो केमति को तुम कहतिले एक्सपेरिमेंटल बेसिस बुझछन ना बुझनो कहला बते एक्सपेरिमेंटल बेसिस परीक्षामूलक भाव आउ ट्रायल एंड एरर बेसिस कोन कहला माने कर गोटे क्वेश्चन पड़ी तमे तो माइनस मार्किंग नाही नेगेटिव मार्किंग नाही तमे बाडे दबो हेला बाजिला न बाजिला नाही सेटा को या ट्रायल एंड एरर जदी माइनस मार्किंग थिबो बा नेगेटिव मार्किंग थिबो तमे करिवो नाही तब परीक्षा देलनी कि नहीं कॉम्पिटिटिव गायत्री
नहीं सर
किछि देनो बर्तन सुधा हेलो
नहीं
कहीं बीए परे किछि तो तुम परीक्षा दबा कथा न तुम टीचर हो बोल रही जो गायत्री टीचर हो
ना सर प्रिपरेशन ठीक से हेले एग्जाम
नहीं गोटे एक्सपीरियंस दरकार गायत्री गोटे एक्सपीरियंस दरकार गोटे बसिया दरकार केमती क्वेश्चन पढुची कोन होची प्रिपरेशन ता ठीक होची सेरे प्रिपरेशन दरकार हो गोटे एक्सपीरियंस दरकार सिर्फ तुम जानिया कथा गोटे एक्सपीरियंस दरकार केमती क्वेश्चन आछी केमती पढुची गोटे गुडा जिनस क्वालिफिकेशन अछि जोडा गोटे गोटे बस जाई परिबो तुम केमती क्वेश्चन पढुची तापर तुम प्रिपरेशन से बहुत बढ़िया कथा कहलो पूरा 100% प्रिपेयर है तुम जीवो सो सेटा ठीक कथा किंतु गोटे तुम जानिया दरकार क्वेश्चन ता केमती आसी हम रेडी है जीवा बा कोन होबा कोन नै से जिनसोडा दरकार सो ट्रायल एंड एनालिसिस माने भूल है भूल ठीक है ठीक माने गोटे क्वेश्चन पढ़ची व्हेन डिड इंडिया अटेन इंडिपेंडेंस तार ऑप्शन थिबो 1947 1847 1948 1848 माने जने जानि नथियो गोटे को टिक मार दबो सो बाजिला न बाजिला नहीं सेटा को आज ट्रायल एंड एनालिसिस सो द इंग्लिश ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड द लैंड रेवेन्यू सेटलमेंट इन इंडिया लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसीज इन इंडिया थ्रू एक्सपेरिमेंटल बेसिस ऑफ ट्रायल एनालिसिस काहे की in the year 1773 Warren Hastings was the Governor General of Bengal who introduced 5-year settlement 5 वर्षीय बंदोबस्त 5 वर्षीय बंदोबस्त माने can you tell me what is the expiry date of the settlement से 1773 मोर प्रश्न आगे सुनो 1773 रे से करूचंती 5-year settlement 5 वर्षीय बंदोबस्त Warren Hastings can you tell me what is the expiry date of the 5-year settlement introduced by Warren Hastings in the year 1773 ओडर कहबी ठीक है ब्रेन खटेले हे जो Warren Hastings 1773 मसिया रे 5 वर्षीय बंदोबस्तर प्रचलन करेले तुम मान भितर मत किए भी कही पारिबो वारेन हेस्टिंग्स जो 5 वर्षीय बंदोबस्त प्रचलन करथिले 1773 ख्रीष्टाब्द रे तार एक्सपायरी डेट केते गायत्री
77
हैं 77 ना 78 हेबो
78 सर 73
पांच दिन आठ ना गायत्री
यस सर
5 दिन 8 हो ना 78
73
हां 73 प्लस 5 केते 78
73 इयर तक काउंट करे आछबो
नहीं हम एते कंफ्यूज हबानी गायत्री 73 प्लस 5 माने करो 24 रे इलेक्शन है जी केबे है इलेक्शन अब 24 रे 29 रे 24 प्लस 5 29 एमिति हिसाब करा जाय ना नहीं गायत्री
आगे आगे
एमिति हमें बेसी ये को जबानी तमे कोनटा भितर को जाउ छ मु से भितर को जाउनी 24 नेक्स्ट इलेक्शन 29 नहीं एमिति सो he introduced 5-year settlement in the year 1773 so the expiry date of the 5-year settlement introduced by Warren Hastings was 1778 but without waiting for 1778 Warren Hastings in the next subsequent year means in the year 1774 he introduced annual settlement बुझी पालो से कले 1773 ख्रीष्टाब्द रे कले 5-year settlement गुडे जमी को जमींदार हो बा कृषक हो ताको जमीन दिया गला के दिन पर्यंत 78 मसिया पर्यंत से जानला 78 मसिया पर्यंत मु से जमीर मालिक किंतु ता पर वर्ष माने 1774 मसिया रे सेही वारेन हेस्टिंग्स से कोन करचंती से कले एनुअल सेटलमेंट और 1-year सेटलमेंट वर्षिकिया बंदोबस्त वर्तमान जे जमींदार हो बा कृषक हो जमीटा पाइथिबो से जमीटा ता बहु चले आसीबो हां कि नहीं हेलो
आगे
यस सर
एटा आउथर बुझेब तुमको चले आसीबो वर्तमान तार केते वर्ष लॉस हला से लोकर 4 वर्ष लॉस हला बुझलो ना बुझछ ना बुझनो
आगे
नुआ हां 4 वर्ष लॉस हला तेनो से जमीर उत्पादिका शक्ति वृद्धि पाई जमींदार बा कृषक चेष्टा कले नाही उत्पादिका शक्ति माने प्रोड्यूसिंग कैपेसिटी ऑफ द लैंड काहे कि ए पॉलिसीटा भूल देला से माने जेहेतु एक्सपेरिमेंटल बेसिस रे सब जिनसोडा करले ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଜମିର ଉତ୍ପାଦିକା ଶକ୍ତି ବୃଦ୍ଧି ପାଇଁ କୃଷକ ବା ଜମିଦାର କେହି ଚାହିଁଲେ ନାହିଁ। ସୋ ସେଇଟା ଅସୁବିଧା ଥିଲା। ଏ ଯୋଉ ଏକ୍ସପେରିମେଣ୍ଟାଲ ବେସିସ ରେ ସେମାନେ କଲେ ସେଇଟା ହିଁ ଅସୁବିଧା ଥିଲା। ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ଡିଟେଲ ପଢେ ନାହିଁ। ତାପରେ ସେମାନେ କରିଦେଉଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ପରମାନେଣ୍ଟ ସେଟଲମେଣ୍ଟ। ପରମାନେଣ୍ଟ ସେଟଲମେଣ୍ଟ ମାନେ କ'ଣ? ଚିରସ୍ଥାୟୀ ବନ୍ଦୋବସ୍ତ, ହଁ କି ନାହିଁ? ତାପରେ ବି ଦିଟା ବନ୍ଦୋବସ୍ତ ସେମାନେ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ତାପରେ ବି ସେମାନେ ଦିଟା ବନ୍ଦୋବସ୍ତ କରିଛନ୍ତି, ରୟତ୍ୱାରେ ନା ମହାଲୱାରେ। ମୁଁ ସେଟା ବି କହିବି ତମକୁ, ସେଟା ବି କହିବି। ସୋ ଲାଷ୍ଟ ମୁଁ ତମକୁ ଏତିକି କହିବି, ଏଟା ରଖିଥିଲି କାଲି ପଢେଇବି ବୋଲି। So thinking the land a commodity which can be freely bought and sold, the English East India Company introduced a fundamental change in the existing land revenue settlement in India. So the stability and the continuity of the Indian villages were second. In fact, the entire structure of the whole Indian society began to break up. So जेहेतु ସେମାନେ एक्सपेरिमेंटल बेसिस रे करचंती, सो सेति पई से जमीर उत्पादिका शक्ति बुद्धि पई ସେମାନେ चेष्टा कले नहीं। सो ताकर सेटा लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी बहुत दायी। कहीं की ना ସେମାନେ से लैंड रेवेन्यू रो बहुत पैसा पाउतरे। तीनटा पैसा पाउतरे कोन हैला वाणिज्य विषय करिवे, सेते लाभांश पाइबे। सेकंड दैनंदिन खर्च, थर्ड संप्रसारण करिवे। एई जिंसरा काली मूलरू मु पढाइबे पुनी को मु एटा भाबितली काली पढाइ बोली। काली लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी रखतिली काली इंपैक्ट ता पढाइ कि सेटा पढाइ लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी इंपैक्ट ता पढाइ था को। एबे पचार बुधेश्वर कोन गुटे पचारतिला, बुधेश्वर पळेला ना अछि? काली गायत्री पळेतिला ना? गायत्री मु खोले खोजला गायत्री नाही। अब
सर
से
जो
सॉरी फॉर
वारेन
हेलो
हेस्टिंग जो 1 ईयर सेटलमेंट इंट्रोड्यूस करलेटा कोन ईयर रे सर कहले?
773 मु आउ खाली एटा रिपीट करिवि, काली। दिस इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट। लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी बहुत इंपोर्टेंट। कहीं कि ना एटा अकबर पाक हम जाऊ अकबर पाक से जो एक्सपेरिमेंट बेसिस बा ट्रायल एंड एरर बेसिस रे हम जाऊ। मैं एटा रिपीट करिवि। लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी बहुत असुविधा ये। तुम्हें कमर्शियल पॉलिसी को जो देखिबा, डेन ऑफ वेल्थ जे देखिबा, इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ मॉडर्न मीन्स ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट देखिबा, लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी खाली गोटे दरकार। बहुत गुरा करछन सब लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी। सामान्य करते 5 डुअल गवर्नमेंट कले, 5 सेटलमेंट कले, 1 ईयर सेटलमेंट कले, जमींदारी सेटलमेंट कले, क्विंटल सेटलमेंट कले, परमानेंट सेटलमेंट कले, मोहल्लारी सेटलमेंट कले, रोयतवारी सेटलमेंट करे, पूरा एकदम बर्बाद कर दी सेटलमेंट करी बर्बाद कर। सो सेति भाई भारत अर्थनीति विपर्यस्त हला बेसी जदि लैंड रेवेन्यू सेटलमेंट दिबा। काहे कि ना बहुत लोग लैंड रेवेन्यू सिस्टम माने जमींदार एवं कृषक तार संख्या केते बहुत बेसी। सो समस्त अफेक्टेड है जमींदार एवं कृषक। जमींदार माने मु कहि तुमको ना, जमींदार माने जे ता अंडर रे बहुत कृषक थिबे। सो से माने प्लस कृषक से माने बहुत अफेक्टेड है। सो सेति भाई मु काली कहबी तुमको एटा लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी कहि सारला परे मु इंपैक्ट को जीवा। हां, एनीथिंग यू आस्क? परीक्षा दियो गायत्री, तुम गोटे परीक्षा दियो। कहना परीक्षा न दे तुम जानी परिबनी क्वेश्चन केमती आसु। तुम कोन हबो बोली एम इन लाइफ तुम स्कूल ले पढ़ाई था। व्हाट इज योर एम इन लाइफ गायत्री?
यस सर।
गायत्री
अगेन
गोटे स्कूल ले छोटा बेला तुमको पढ़ाई तुमको पचराई व्हाट इज योर एम इन लाइफ, तुम कोन हबो बोली। तुम कोन हबो कहलो मते पचारि परिबी कि नहीं? तुम
सर मु निजे भी डिसाइड करे
करिनो
नहीं
हैं?
सर मते छोट
हेलो
बेलू डॉक्टर हबर
करिना
थिला।
बर्तमान सुधा से तो चली गलानी डॉक्टर हबार नहीं तुमरो।
तापरे
वर्तमान कौन हबो? तापर टीचिंग रहइबो। तुम गोटे रखी रहिबा कथा ना। तुम मान कर गोटे टाइम रे तुम ए हेवी बोल कहया कथा। हेवी बोले जानिबा कथा से जिंसरा तबे हबो। ता पई कि जिंस दरकार, ता पई कि जिंस दरकार कोठी गोटे टीचर हबो। मु तुम को सबले कहूची मु जेहेतु टीचर तुम भाबनी जे मु जन टीचर मु कहू तुमको टीचर हबा पई नहीं। से कथा नहीं। ए गोटे भलो एटा बिंदास चाकरी टीचिंग रे। स्कूल एवं कॉलेज भितरे स्कूल टा अपेक्षा कॉलेज टा टिके बेटर। कॉलेज टा बेटर तुम बड़ बड़ पिला सहित मिसिबो। स्कूल से छोट छोट पिला गुड़ा ठीक ठाक पारिबेनी माने से माने तमे एत तळको जाई पारिबेनी बट स्कूल खराब नो स्कूल टीचिंग टा बेटर किंतु यदि कंपेयर करियो यस यस एनीथिंग वाज के पते कोन पचारि बागो काली मगो लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी पढाइबे तापरे इंपैक्ट पढाइबे इंपैक्ट ऑफ द आज पढेली पॉलिसीज काली इंपैक्ट पढाइबे लैंड रेवेन्यू
सर
पढे सारला परे को राधानाथ को
सर लैंड रेवेन्यू सेटलमेंट इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट एवं एटा सर मो लाइफ रे मो एक्सपीरियंस करछि जेतले हम घर पार्टीशन हला जगह बाड़ी मते टिके बहुत हेल्पफुल भी हेतला बाकी सर या ऊपर किसी स्पेसिफिक बही लिखा जाय छि कि सर माने बेगा टाइम
लैंड रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी
सर जो हमर
लैंड
नुआ
रेवेन्यू पॉलिसी
ना सर ए जो 18 90 18
बर्तमान नुआ
19
नुआ सब आसी गलानी राधानाथ बर्तमान नुआ नुआ सब आसी गलानी नुआ क्लोज सब आसी गलानी मु जा कहि तुमको से मसिया भितर पाइबी 2000 मसिया भितर जा पाया था पाइबी किंतु बर्तमान 2025 माने नुआ नुआ सब आसी गलानी लाइक नुआ रूल सब इंट्रोड्यूस हे गलानी माने आगुरु झियो मानकर किछि अधिकार नथिला से मानकर अधिकारटा बहुत इंक्लूड हे गलानी ए सब गुडा जिंस पसी गलानी सेरा नियम कानून गुडा अलग अलग एडिशन होची किंतु मु जा कहि तुमको 2000 भितर पाइबी 2000 पर नहीं 2000 भितर मोर से ग्लोबलाइजेशन एंड लिबरलाइजेशन पर्यंत जा कहि तुमको से विषय पाइबी
बाकी सर आ गोटे कथा सर आपण जो माने क्लास टा नहुचंती सर आपण ओवरऑल एवं फंडामेंटल क्लियर करी पढौचंती त भल लागुची बट सर टिके
गोटे टीचर नहीं गोटे टीचर काम हला से मु कोन जानि छि तम पई इंपोर्टेंट नहीं मु कोन जानि छि तम पई इंपोर्टेंट नो तम पई इंपोर्टेंट हला मु तमर कोन स्तर को चल जेबे से स्तर को मर जीवा दरकार मु गोटे क्लास रे बड़ बड़ क्लास जेतु जे जगह रे अछि से जगह रे 100 पिला को पढौछि कोणी 90 पिला को पढौछि कोणी 16 पिला को पढौछि कोणी 32 पिला को पढौछि सब पिला स्टैंडर्ड समान नो बुझि पालो समस्त को तमे देखिया माने जणेबा कथा समस्त जेंति बेनिफिटेड हेबे सेटा लका तापर तमे कोन जानि तमे लेखिला लेखि दबो तमे कांसेप्ट तमे बुझिवाटा दरकार तमर बुझिवाटा जदी लेखिबो कांसेप्ट जदी क्लियर हे तो सेति हम तुम सब बेले कहू काली भी कहितल तुमको नेट पर दोले प्रिपेयर करिवो तमे एनसीईआरटी बहिडा सब देखिवो मु भी एनसीईआरटी बहिरु तुम पढु जे पर्टिकुलरली ए विषय इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया उडे एनसीईआरटी बहि अछि से बहिरु मु पढु छी एनसीईआरटी बहि बहुत बड़ा बहि अछि म पाखरे किंतु एनसीईआरटी बहिटा मु बेस करछि तेणु एनसीईआरटी बहिडा सब फंडामेंटल्स पाए बहुत दरकार है एनसीईआरटी बहिडा फंडामेंटल्स पाए दरकार है तुम से बहिडा प्लीज पढेबो आ तमर कांसेप्ट क्लियर हो दरकार मु कोन जानि छी इग्नु मते कहि छी मु एसी क्लास नै जीबी मु जानि छी सेमती सेटा इंपोर्टेंट तुमको बुझे पारि तोर कांसेप्ट क्लियर करि पारिबी तो तुम कहबो नै जन टीचर हमर पढाई दिले ये पढाई दिले तो सेटा ही बड़ जिंस कथा सेटा ही बड़ जिंस कथा कांसेप्ट दरकार तुम बुझी सारले तुम लिखियो अय्या गायत्री मैडम को
आप हम जदि एनसीईआरटी रो 6 रो 12 सेट के जो एनसीईआरटी अछि न्यू एनसीईआरटी ताको सब पढेबा बदलले जदि ओल्ड एनसीईआरटी केवल 3टा कंप्लीट करू सेटा इनफ हो ना से ताको ता सेटा भी दरकार पड़े
नहीं गायत्री तुम बुझी पालोनी काल तुम पढे जाइतलो मु से जिंस कहिथि एनसीईआरटी 1 रु 12 पर्यंत अछि ता परे भी अछि जानचे कि नहीं
आज्ञा
1 रु 12 पर्यंत अछि ता परे भी अछि ता परे भी तमे अछि टेक फॉर एग्जांपल गायत्री मु कहूची स्टोरी ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन दीटा वॉल्यूम रे बही अछि देखिछो एनसीईआरटी स्टोरी ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन से बही अछि से अछि एवं ता सहित माने कर तम मान को तुम कहली आज आज जो बही चारटा जिंस करे चारटा बही मो पाखे अछि से उडाला एनसीईआरटी मोर कहया कथा कांसेप्ट पाई फंडामेंटल्स पाई सेटा तोरा बेस बुक गायत्री
आज्ञा सर
गायत्री सेटा तोरा बेस बुक एनसीईआरटी ता तोरा बेस बुक ता फंडामेंटल्स तापरे तमे रेफरेंस बही पढियो तापरे जहार जो रेफरेंस टेक फॉर एग्जांपल गायत्री तुम कहछि तुम खाली गोटे एग्जांपल ये रे कहि मेडियावल इंडिया तुम बही पढ़ला बहुत भल भल बही अच्छी एडवांस सिस्टम मेडियावल इंडिया जेल मेटा चारटा वॉल्यूम भल मंद अच्छी खाली अकबर पाई जने गोटे बही लिखिछंती से लोक ना हला एल सक्सेना बुझ पारलो बहीटा ना हला अकबर 700 पेज रे बही मो पाखरे अच्छी तापरे जहांगीर पाई गोटे बही लिखिछंती तांका ना हला बेनी प्रसाद 824 पेज रे बुझ पारलो तापरे औरंगजेब ऊपर गोटे बही अच्छी से औरंगजेब बही हला 700 पेज रे बदे बही अच्छी 600 कते पेज रे बदे बही अच्छी सो तांका ना हला जदुनाथ सरकार बहीटा टाइटल हला औरंगजेब एउडा हला अथॉरिटी समान जेमते मु तुम कहली दादा भाई नारोजी गोटे बही लिखिछंती इंडियन पॉवर्टी एंड ऑन ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया ता माने कोन से कहउछंती इंडियन पॉवर्टी इज ड्यू टू द ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया सेउडा ए जो बहीउडा एनसीईआरटी बहीउडा कहली गायत्री मु सेडा फंडामेंटल्स सेडा बेस बही करिवो गायत्री
आज्ञा सर
मो कथा तुम बोधे बुझी पारलनी मु कहली से बहीउडा तमे बेस बही करिवो फंडामेंटल्स एनसीईआरटी बहीउडा तमर फंडामेंटल्स से तम कांसेप्ट क्लियर करे तमे खाली सेति बही कथा मु कहनी तुम बुझी पारला ना मो पॉइंट ना तमे कहले खाली
ना सर
एनसीईआरटी
मु
बही
से
हेले
फंडामेंटल ना सर मु फंडामेंटल कथा पछारछिली
हाँ फंडामेंटल्स पाई तमे एनसीईआरटी बहीटा रखबो तापर किछि रेफरेंस बही अछि से बहीउडा पढिबो रेफरेंस बही अछि से बहीउडा पढले सेरा ही तुमको ठीक हो को बही कहले मु कहि देबी ए बही एथरे ए बहीउडा मु तुमको मात्र 4 बटी बही कहि बेसी बही कहनी केना तुम पाई मु भाबिली 4टा बही हेले हे मु कोन बही कहली आशी दत्तर इकोनॉमिक हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया कहि दीटा वॉल्यूम अछि मु कोन कहली मु कहली एमजी रानाडे रे सजन इंडियन इकोनॉमिक्स आ कोन कहली दादा भाई नारोजी रे इंडियन पॉवर्टी एंड ऑन ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया आ गोटे बही कहली इंडिया टुडे आरपी दत्तर बही कथा कहली मात्र 4टा बही कहली मात्र 4टा बही कहली तेणु तुमको बेस बहीटा को अलगा करियो ठीक अछि किछि असुविधा सिमते होबनी एनसीईआरटी बहीउडा टे क्लियर थाए बोली ताको आमे फंडामेंटल सब समस्त प्रेस्क्राइब करू सब पिला प्रेस्क्राइब करू तमे एनसीईआरटी बहीटा को फंडामेंटल्स भाबे यूज करिवो बेटर हो तमे ताको यूज कर काल तमे गाली भी कहतले से जिंस स्टोरी ऑफ सिविलाइजेशन दिटा वॉल्यूम अछि से बही अछि तेनु गुडाय जगह रे गुडाय भलो भलो बहीउडा अछि एवं इग्नोर बहीउडा कोर्स मटेरियल तमु देइछिन सेडा भलो उडा किंतु बहुत भास्ट से बही को देखिले जने डरी जीव जते मोटा बही जेमते होइछि सेमते होइछि कि से भितर भलो जिंस अछि से लेखा उडा भलो लोक लिखिछन किंतु ता अपेक्षा अलग जिंस उडा भी अछि भलो बही उडा अछि मु तम कहितली जे मते से स्टाइल ता भलो लागे इग्नोर स्टाइल ता भलो लागे से स्टाइल ताला बेटर स्टाइल कोन कहछ को आ कोन पचारिवो
नहीं सर
हेलो गायत्री चलो जीवा
आज्ञा सर
जीवा चलो बाय
ओके सर थैंक यू
बाय
थैंक यू
आओ जा
सर
पचारियो काली पचारियो नमस्कार नमस्कार
आज्ञा सर
आओ जा पचारियो था काली पचारियो चलो बाय बाय बाय
सर नमस्कार।